Hello folks, welcome back to the channel. My name is Joel Duggan and we are in Satisfactory today. There's been a new patch and the visual bug for the lifts has been fixed going forward. I don't know what that means for the existing lifts, so we're going to take a poke around the factory and see what's up. It feels like the best thing to do is going to be to move forward with this save. I've already dropped about 12 hours into the experimental branch this week, so I figure what's another few hours. If it ends up being a real pain, then we may revert back to the current release, which would mean all the stuff we've done this week would be lost. I hope I don't have to do that. I'm thinking that if it's just a visual thing, then we'll just fix the belts that we can see. A lot of my vertical belts are under the floor, so it won't affect us that way. As long as they are doing what they should be doing and the machines are working, then we should be okay. A good opportunity to double check a bunch of machines anyway, so we will sort that out. But that's the plan for today. Hope everyone's having a good Friday so far. It is a chill day here. I think we're going to be deep in thought as we try to suss out what's going on. And I've got some fun plans later. As a matter of fact, I am going to hang out with Stephen ESC and Alistair McFly, two of my friends from the Citadel Minecraft server and here in town. And we're going to go see a Minecraft movie. I'll, of course, be reviewing it on the Spun Chunks on Monday. So you can stay tuned for that. I don't know if Johnny is going to have a chance to see it this weekend. I hope he does, because it would be nice to be able to talk about it freely on that show. So you can look forward to that on Monday. SweetSandi says it's time to use the new counter on the belts. Yes. Yep. Definitely. That's definitely a thing that's going to happen. I don't think you can put them on a vertical belt. I think it's only on the horizontal. JPrice, good to see you. Hello. Dan, thanks for the lurk. Cosmic Dancer, thanks for the lurk. And Blast Jordan, again, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's weirdly light in here today. Normally, I don't get this much light in the studio, so it's washing out all my LEDs behind me. I did back up my saves again, so I have a save pre-experimental and I have a save pre-patch as well. Then I updated on Epic, and now we're going to do a quick save when we get in here. Sandy says, it's been a week, a bit tired, so spelling might be fun. Look, you spell better than English half the time compared to me, and it's your second language. So get me to speak a second language, and then we'll double check my spelling. So I will not throw stones in a glass house. I'm a terrible speller anyway. I always have been. Always have been. So we are standing in the top floor of the facility that we finished up yesterday. I do think we want to add lights in here. We did that down here, and it looks quite good. So I think we're going to do the same thing up here, and we might as well start with that. But we will, of course, save the game. This is patch 404-250. So we're gonna have to put these on a different power source if we want to change the colors. So if memory serves, all we did was just put the light on the ceiling and then hide the node in the thing. So where is it? Directly above the machine. So center it on the machine. I think we skipped a machine. Yep. And then the next one, oh no, this one is going to be different because we've got this space up here. So I think we can actually put that right in the middle here. and then we'll start on the end again. This is actually going to go a lot faster. It's always faster the second time you do something. Not that I would want to redo any of the lifts. Those all look like they're going the right way. You see any lifts going the wrong direction? Those are going the right way. Those are going the right way. I got distracted by making cool stuff. Megalith Official, hello, how's it going? Oh, that's going up. Going up. Good, good, good. Okay. There was a spot across the way that was very visual, and that's going up. Specifically, we had designed this room over here to take things up. Although, all of these being stuttering is not good. Oh no, those are still going down. That's the visual bug that they were talking about. Are things still being exported? No, they're still moving. Looks like they're being combined, like there's more on the belt this side than there is that side. I wish I could figure out what's going on with the lighting. I think we have to get the assemblers. Yeah, they're at 98. I think we have to get them off the same circuit as the lighting. So you have to wire the lighting separately, which sucks. The Wormbow, hello? Yes, experimental version. We're on the new patch that came out today, 404.250. I don't know if you can see it up there. It might be small if you're on mobile, but we're on 404.250. All right, so now we just hook these up. I thought very briefly about redoing the work that we did this week, but then I realized that I would be redoing it without a lot of the new quality of life features, and it would just take so long. And if memory serves down here, we just added another beam on the other side. Yeah, just for aesthetics. Looks good to me. You're on PC? Very cool. Yeah, I don't watch Twitch stuff on mobile either. The Twitch mobile app is not the best. was like, why am I moving? I was standing on a belt. Not the first or last time I've done that. Glad I double checked that. How are these all on all of a sudden? They're not hooked up to anything. That's wild. Right? Like those, they're not powered. Are they displaying as powered? Yeah. Is it because I grabbed a powered one? Are we getting free lighting in a bug? Right, so there's no light coming off of that one. It's white, but there's no light. But if I pick block that, visually it feels like it's on. Megalith, thanks very much. Like those are casting light. 100%. These are not, but they're showing up with the white panels on them. Weird. Huh. Yeah, they definitely get brighter when you plug them in, but before they would display dark, right? To replace the wall here. And now this floor has lighting. I would like to turn it down, but we'll have to worry about that another day. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're supposed to have a certain kind of glass in them. So that's that floor. I don't know what we were going to do up here. I guess we could put some lights across this cross section here. But I don't want to put lights here, obviously. I guess we could put them on this section. Will they even fit? No, Oh, barely. Yeah. They'll fit in here, though. Maybe we'll just line them up with the glass. Or do we line that up with that so we can have like a something to cover it up? I'm not even sure how I'm going to get wiring up there without it being visual, you know? We'd have to run it across the ceiling, which is annoying. Yeah, the wiring would have to run down that way. So if I did that, somewhere's around there maybe. We'd have to add some sort of connection here. I don't know. I think I'll leave lighting out of here for now. I do want to fix these up though. Yeah, I like that. Do I also want to do that over here? I think I do. Oh, that might not look as good. Maybe we need to lower the whole part, the whole front. Weird that you get a little gray line. Not quite sure what's happening on this side yet, so we'll leave that for now. Feel like we should probably have this continue though. For consistency. Megalith, what kind of stuff are you doing in Satisfactory? Assuming that you're a player as well. I guess we'll just bring them all the way over. And placing these just got a lot easier too with vertical nudging. Still not sure what's happening over here. I like that that goes up. I guess we could just temporarily put in another one of these. More silica. I need to start thinking more permanently about hypertubes, where I can put them. I think we're getting more frames in this patch. Feels a lot smoother. I like that, like, recessed window look on the roof. Cool. So I think the next thing I may want to do is actually go off-site and bring in plastic and rubber. Oh, those are all going the right direction. Kind of walking around and checking some things as we go. We're definitely getting some stutters though, and I don't know why that is. There's no lighting in here to cause any kind of like kerfuffle. I wonder if I've got this on a switch somewhere. Where does the power come in? The power comes in up top, I think. How do I access that? Ah. There's an issue right there. Aluminum refinement or aluminum production. I think these are causing issues. The refinement is going to be these guys over through here, because these are all refineries. And what's happening is that the entire row will just go into an idle. We're at 95%, but I've done the math like a number of times. And what's happening is that this is producing 12 meters cubed per minute, or 12 meters cubed, and this needs 4. So, but it needs 240 per minute, and it's putting out 240 per minute, so it's just going straight into the next machine. So it should be fine. And this is all full. So I wonder why we're idling. So the question is, do they transport the right amount or are things lost? Yeah, I guess I can check that out. I could just put up a bin of something, right? I'm not sure. I guess new lifts are probably patched, but old lifts aren't. So me building a new lift probably won't make a difference. right? Guess I have to find an old one. Well, we can put some belt monitors on the rotors and stators. This is the area of the base that feels very unfinished. Oh, I'm out of crystals. Those lights, man. They dig into your crystal supply. That was the wrong tube. Can I get all the way over to the next room? I don't think I can. No, I don't think we've got those two connected. So we can do a couple of things. This is really slow, so I'm not sure what's going to happen there, but we're not going to be able to read it. I'll delete that for now. Those two there, and scoot out this way. So what should be happening is all of these stators here are being exported under the ground, and then they come up here. So this should be 5. So it's 10, 20, 30, 40. Even though it says 97%, I believe they're at 100. So this should say 40 per minute, and it's not, because it's a bottleneck somewhere. 23 per minute. And this should be the 40. Yeah. So 10, 20, 30, 40. So that's right. This is not. I don't know why this is so slow. I don't know why it's being backed up. $26. This is 50 because we've got 10 more per minute from these two machines on the right. So these two machines here, 5 and 10. Now, so here's the funny thing. It says 98%, but the belt is saying that we're getting the 10. So it looks to me, if the belt is accurate, and if the reader is accurate, that even though it says 98%, we're actually getting the full 10. Megalith says, well, I'm playing the game since update 2, finished the game twice before 1.0 and once after 1.0. Wow, I've never finished the game. Now I'm demotivated. My goal is to make good builds, yet I can't continue because of motivation issues. I think, you know, it's good to take a break, play another game, play another factory game maybe. There's a couple of factory games coming out this year that might be fun. Have you tried Core Keeper? Core Keeper's got some automation in it, but it's a bit different. Still has the same like stay organized straight lines that Satisfactory does though. I go through that with Minecraft. I'll not play Minecraft for a couple weeks sometimes to give myself a break. So I'm glad that we are getting an accurate reading on the machines that say that they are at less than 100%, right? Because this is saying 98. So if each one of these is 2%, we're supposed to be 10% less, which means this should be 36, but it's not. It's 40. And this is at 32. So I don't know why this is such a problem. One thing we can do, that's a Mark II belt. Let's fix the visual. Oh, I'm going to make that go back the right way. It was weird. I thought that was going to work. So it says 40. We've got it on a Mark II belt just to make it move a little bit faster. But I don't know why. Because these should not be producing so much that this should slow down. So there's obviously a slowdown somewhere. I would say probably at the production end. These are all Mark 1s. That's a 60. So the slowdown must be on the consumption. Maybe we need an overflow somewhere. See, now that says it's more than 40 because of the backlog. So what's happening up here? I guess we'll follow the belts. Oh. Okay, so I wonder if changing the belt speed messes with volume. It shouldn't, because the output should be the same. Like producing 40 a minute on this belt, it should be less than a full belt, right? So what is happening here that they're not being consumed? Because the only place that they're going is into there. So here I'm wondering, these lifts are going the opposite way. So those are the buggy lifts. And then I'm wondering now if that's at, how is that less than 100%? They're all at 80. See, I wonder if that's a lift issue. Where's light control panel? Are those on a separate circuit? That's powering the lights below. That's powering the lights below. Wonder if I can separate that off. There's our power coming in the building. So if I separate that at this junction. Gray lights at 60%. That copy? That copied? Okay. So what I want to do is have that go to there. So that's the power for the machines all hooked back up. But then from here, if I put this on a separate circuit, and then wherever there's a light, I'll just unplug it from there and plug it into a separate line. I think it's just the 2. Oh no, it's 3. So the power coming in the building is the same, but all of the machines are not daisy chained to the control unit. If you remove the control unit, the display goes back to 100. We've definitely seen that happen before. Now it's gone down to 75, but I had turned it off briefly. So I guess the other thing is to put a belt reader on the motor output, which is right here. These are so good. As long as they're working correctly, then we should be okay. I'm pretty sure I'm making 25 motors a minute. I'll double check. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25. Just check, there are 5 videos in a playlist for Core Keeper. Yep. City Skylines? I find City Skylines to be a little bit tedious myself. I think the problem that I have with the City Skylines series is that I want to be more creative, and I find it very frustrating in terms of the placement of things. And so I can't put things where I want them. Or if I put something down, it changes the landscape in a way that I didn't want or anticipate. Well, we're making the right amount of motors. So visually, things are still working. So I don't know why the stators are so backed up. Because the only thing we're using stators for is motors, right? So I need 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 stators a minute. I must be making more stators than I'm consuming. Oh, that's down to 40. Okay. So we're making 40 there, and then we're making another 10 up here. Another 50? And I needed 50. So yeah, I don't know why it's so slow. It must be just the backlog. Like it must be just the backlog of everything. All right, we're gonna fix this too. Well, that's good to know that even though we're seeing visual changes, that the belt readers are saying accurately what we need. 40 stators, but then let's put another belt reader close to the machines. It has to be just a backlog of stuff. So this should be 50 a minute right here. because the 10 from these machines are joining the 40 from the other machines. The new game is not good in terms of performance. Oh, you mean City Skylines is not good? I'm a bit curious about Dwarf. Still not out to play, but it looks cool. Real-time strategy. Remaining a bit of Command and Conquer. Dwarf. I have not heard of this. Hold on. It sounds familiar? Oh yeah, okay. Very much Command and Conquer. Well, that's old school. Yeah, probably not for me. When I play games outside of Minecraft, I tend to want visuals. MindTripMedia, thanks for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. What's the other game that's on my Steam list right now that I wanted to share? There was one I just put on my wish list the other day. Library? Looks like we're getting that 50 per minute. That's good. Big Helmet Heroes. Kiora, I've talked about that before. Modulus. Modulus was the one that I put on my wish list. That's a cool factory game. It looks like a combination of Satisfactory and Shapes. I don't really get to play any games outside of Satisfactory and Minecraft. But, I mean, we're getting the right amount. So, hopefully, this spaghetti mess will even out over time. 100%, 99, 100%, 97, 97. I say we're winning. I'm calling that a victory. Even though this is backed up. I don't know why it's slow. Are we finally seeing a space? No. Are these machines backed up? No? See, this is the thing that I find so funny. Oh, this one is. What if we just trash that? Give this a chance to unload. It's weird that it's only the rear machines. Maybe that will solve the issue visually. Because it should look like this. Like it should be the same 40 amount of, per minute coming out on the belt. We could also just slow the belt down. I just thought it looked better with they were moving just a little bit faster. But maybe it'll be better to go with Mark 1 belts and just have them look fuller. Anyway, it looks like the conveyor lifts are functioning properly. So I'm good for that. That makes me happy. So the other thing we have to think about is where we're going to build the next bits. We've got smart plating. I think those motors. I don't remember what else is happening up there. They're all being smushed right now. So that means that we got to think about what's happening up here. And that means I got to look at my... I wonder how much smart plating I should be making. So right now... I mean, I guess I could always use a summer sloop, or I could always overclock these. And try to fix the bandwidth if I needed it. But I do have my modular thing here. So we're looking at motors. There's the smart plating. We need 10 to make modular engines. The only thing those are used in is the thermal propulsion rockets, I think, but we'll double check that. So the only thing we need to make those for is that. But then the other thing I wanted to check is the smart plating. Smart plating is only used in modular engines. Okay. So if that's the case, we are making the 10 smart plating a minute. So we need 5 manufacturers plus rubber. 5 manufacturers, and they're going to be exporting modular engines directly to the thermal propulsion things. And I'd say we should probably do I don't know where I'm going to build these things, like these last sections. I'm not sure where they're going to be constructed. I think we're going to bring... I think turbo motors are going to be made on this side. Maybe the other side. Probably the other side. So turbo motors and thermal propulsion rockets are going to be made over there. So we can make the modular engines on this side. So those 5 manufacturers are probably going to be in this space here. We've got a decent amount for an underfloor here. So I could start mapping out this building, this top, and what do we have going across the way? So we didn't go any higher than this here. I don't know whether I should go up on this side or whether I should go to the next section. What do we think? Should we go asymmetrical? Should that start to go up? Yeah, let's do that. So I like this shape. I'm wondering if we can maybe change this a little bit. That show up. We've got these slopes on the other side. Maybe we can start to mess around with that a little bit. I like the idea of having like the opposite, so like green posts. Might even be able to match this up. And then if I change that to like a downward angle one. Oh no, that doesn't work. That might. No. All right, we'll mess around with that. I'm gonna lose the light here in a second. But I like this general shape. I should also look at the reference and try to make it look like Devastator as well. Where did that go? Oh, that sort of looks good, doesn't it? Alright, starting to not be able to see what I'm doing. Let's go grab a break before we lose the sun. Folks, I take a break about once an hour. It gives me a chance to refresh the coffee. You can grab a friend, grab a snack, let them know that we're streaming, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Salty Sandworm, hello, hello. You know, for the live stream, I might try for the next little bit to leave the music up. It'll be muted in the VOD, so it won't affect anything there, but I think it might be a nice, chill afternoon. Megalith, welcome back. Let me know if the music is too loud compared to me. I think it should be okay though. So we need to fit 5 manufacturers. That should fit in this space, no problem. How's the vertical nudge? I was really excited for that one. It is good. It's very good. It's also infinite. You just use page up, page down. It's good. So on top of also needing to get stuff up here, we also have to get stuff out of here. And this is going to be modular engines, and that needs to go to the main bus somehow. And I don't think I have. There's no wall there. I wonder if I've got a wall that I can use in here. I call them trench walls because you can take them all the way down to the floor. I do. Let's go in this space. Beautiful. Oh, does that goes into the next room. Okay. So this is going to be our minimum spot for going down. We're going to have to go back and forth. Oh, if I go over by 1, I can get all the way down, I think. Yes. Okay. So this is the space. I'm just going to paint this yellow. Low 88, hello, how's it going? Starting Satisfactory on your other screen, let's see how that goes. Awesome. Is that your first time? All right, so our export and import are going to be pretty easy. Well, I say easy. Accessible. I'm not sure how easy it's going to be. You started in update 6? Okay. So I don't think we're going to keep this part. I'm focusing mostly on this building, although it is sharing a wall. One, two, three, four, five. How big's a manufacturer? So they'd have to go, we'd have to just put them like this, I think. Probably sideways this way.
Are you sure that spot makes sense?
I am. Started a new 1.0 world about 3 weeks ago. Nice. Yeah, it was barely noticeable in the video. I agree, Salty. Right. Unfortunately, I have to. It's too loud for me. I can't make it soft for me, but loud for you. So, we'll go with no music. Maybe we could do something nicer with facing manufacturers. We can do like one that way and then one this way. And then I could just overclock one. I need to have 5. So we're making modular engines. So I could just make 1.25 per minute with 4 of them. I think that'll work. Keeps it relatively small. Maybe I should start thinking about this as a big building instead of a building for just that. Because if we're going to do modular engines, we're also going to be doing radio control units in the same room. We'll be bringing the quartz up, but we'll have to make computers and crystal oscillators. Yeah, I think I should think about this as a large manufacturer room that's going to be making multiple things. So 2, 4, 6. I need 10 of these altogether, minimum. Or 2, 4, 6, 11, 10 or 11. So that's definitely different. I could. This is visually in my way. These take up what, a 3x3? Yeah. I think I need to think about this as a larger room. Because that's going to be the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, if they're smashed up against each other, that's probably 5. Because they're really only about 2 wide. Would be nice not to have them on top of one another, though. And also, we've got this room down here. I think the quartz goes all the way back here. Yeah. So we could have some manufacturers here doing other things as well. We need to make crystal oscillators. And I need 2 manufacturers for that. I could put those 2 here. And then the crystal oscillators could be going up to the next floor. Plus, like I said, we've got this trench level. You struggle when you get to oil and trains? Well, if you have any questions, let me know. I really like getting to oil and trains because it unlocks so much of the power and your capabilities. So this is going to have floor holes. So really we could have them in the same space. This just isn't centered on the front of this building. I think it would fit over here, though. So maybe we should move all this stuff. I'm not sure what we're going to end up doing here. We could always do other things. Like, I'm not automating any weapons or explosives or anything yet. So I could also do that. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 15 by 6. Yeah, I think we put it here. It's not the depth so much I'm worried about, it's the width lining up and trying to be a little bit symmetrical. Maybe we'll do it here. Oh, I forgot that it copies the color. That's cool. I keep on forgetting that they copy the color now, so I don't have to repaint stuff. I can just grab the one that I want. Yeah, I think that'll work out better. I know in theory what to do, says Low, but I hesitate to build that huge factory, which is less required. I would actually recommend against doing factories this large. I would say you're better off doing satellite factories. So if you found like an oil node or several oil nodes, like do what I did in, I mean, like granted, okay, Megatron is a big factory, but it does one thing. It takes the 4 oil nodes in the region and turns them into power. That's all it does, right? I think that's a good way to approach it. And if you've got an oil node and you want to make plastic, like just make a plastic factory, load up a train with plastic, and then send it wherever you need it. If I was to play this over again, I would do smaller factories. You're always going to have like the starter factory, you know, making the stuff that you need for your storage, but that's what we did with Wheeljack. I think we got to oil on my Cybertron playthrough. If you want to go to the end of that playlist, Low, you might be able to pick up a couple of tips. Because I approached that kind of like quick and dirty. Because I knew by the end of the oil that we're going to move on to combining the saves. I'm excited to be expanding this part of the build. So that would give us more than enough room in between if we needed to. Yeah, moving fluids on a train is tricky. I would either package it or process the oil on site. The problem there is that you need to have a long train because you might have a lot of stuff to move. All right, I don't like this as dark. Let's take this back to white. So these are my paths between the machines. Each one of these colored blocks represents a manufacturer. I don't know if my manufacturing blueprint will be worth putting up in here. Heavy modular frames, right and left. I would say that's probably how to handle it. I might want to pop that into the designer and come up with a decent blueprint. Is this the ceiling of the thing below? I think it is. Yes. Okay. I'm normally better at giving myself more space. We've got enough room for logistics. It's more the not having a double ceiling. So I can't color code this. Like it has to be whatever that is. And that's fine. All right. So let's just double check this. We need 2 manufacturers doing crystal oscillators. We need 2 manufacturers doing computers. That's 4. I need 2, well 1.5, but 2 manufacturers combining those things into radio control units. That's 2, 4, 6. And then here I need 5 or 4 overclocked. So that's 10. I feel like that's a nice way to display the 10. I'm always bouncing back and forth with how many machines I need for it to look even and aesthetic and how many machines I need to actually produce the things. We're not going to be able to do these right away because I don't have the plastic or the rubber coming in. I don't have cable being made right now either. At least not here. And I don't have that set up. So the space next door, we could be using assemblers to make, yeah, we could do some of our cable and some of our assembler stuff next door. We have to do, no, we're doing the sheets already. Oh, I need more sheets. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna need 3 assemblers. Those are already being made. So the assemblers are going to be over there. They're so small. Jeez. You would never know. See, this fits in this space a lot better. Maybe this will be our extra assemblers. What other things are made in assemblers that we could do in here? Assembly director system. Alternate computer. AI limiters. Yeah. Yep. We're going to do assemblers in this space. I'm just going to say assemblers until we need assemblers. And where was that trench? Right there. That's why I painted it. So we can take in and put out stuff into that section there, which is cool. I'm going to change these, I think, to purple. Good. We're leaving ourselves lots of space. I don't know if I'm going to run out of room. I don't think so. So lots of assemblers happening there. That gives us this space to do things. Don't know how we're going to handle this extra space. I might try to make this flat. It might be worth going right up to a flat surface here. And that way we can build whatever buildings we want on this space. And maybe this is all going to be like back a spot. So like maybe all of this swatch. No, coated concrete. Standard. Right, like maybe this top part starts off back here. whole other building. Maybe we don't have to respect the stuff down here. Maybe we can just make our own thing. Yeah, works. I mean, the wall here has to lean away from this. I don't want it too close. I'm not sure how close I am over here. Oh, it's only a couple of spots. Yeah, it's only 2. Okay. Matter of fact, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, what do you know? That lines up pretty well. Obviously not quite that way, it doesn't. Salty, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate the lurk. Have a good one. Right, if I put the window there, then this... Like if this was the edge of the building, you can't see anything. So I might want to slope some of this down. Still don't think you're going to be able to see much. That's better than before. We could go with more gentle. I mean, you're still not really going to be able to see all the way down. That's fine. You can see why I want to leave myself a lot of room up here. Upside down. Right, we're getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. I don't know about a pillar there. I feel like we may want to put those more forward. So this could be one big room. It would be really cool visually if we could have stuff going across the floor and into stuff here, but I don't know how that would work out logistically. So I think the first ones we should make is going to be the modular engines. That's going to be the first 4. Because they're going to need to be the closest to the belts. Yep. So let's, knowing we're going to be working with a 3x3 space, we can go into the designer and come up with a modular engine blueprint. I'll load up my other one. Do I have access? I don't know if I have access to the other designer yet. I think I have to get into tier 9. And we are miles from that. These are part of turbo motors, I think, right? No. So really, I should be focusing mostly on crystal oscillators, I guess. Anyway, let's load my heavy modular frames. Let's start with the left. Oh, it can't be loaded in this blueprint designer. Crap. That's annoying. Can you place it in this designer? Yes, I think I can. Oh, I've got to double check the height. We might have to start from scratch. I've got a special, I think I got a different height up there for the floor. We need to figure out what the height is for the floor. I forgot about that. I think it's more than 2 meters. I think it's, or not 2, I think it's more than 8. I think it's 10. Yeah, it's 10. So, alternatively, we could sink them into the floor. That could kind of look cool. If I wanted to copy and paste the same blueprint. Don't know how good that would look. Man, do you remember the days where you couldn't zoop anything? You had to build everything one at a time? Woof. I don't miss those days. I think that's going to look a little bit tight. What do we think? We want to have them in the floor? Could be kind of a neat look. I wonder... It would be neat because we could put lights like along here. Kind of a different look, yeah. I might regret it later. It still gives us 2 full floors I'm going to go over here and check to see how much space and how tight it was in only 8 meters. I think it was pretty good. We've got manufacturers over here. These are the blueprints that I'm copying. Right? So under the hood here. It's still lots of room. I think we could do it. Plus, there's only 3 items in most of these, not 4. Yes, I know. I've got lots of holes in my buildings. Could be fun to decorate. Yeah, I'm thinking we do like a drop lighting. So, for example, we could... it would only be this edge and this edge. But we could put another thing here. Right? And then we could have lights along here. I can hear all of my aluminum stuttering and stopping. I don't know why. What are we making? We're making modular engines. And then imagine ports. Maybe we put the lights up here. We can see them better. Yeah, you know what? I think I like that. Let's give it a go. No issues transferring saves from 1 to 1.1 so far. No big issues. There's been some visual bugs. Don't know if we can clock it anywhere, but we have had some issues where belts, vertical belts, lifts, have been going the wrong direction visually. But we did some testing with the new belt, what's it called? Conveyor throughput monitor. And even though it said things were going slow or the wrong direction, we were getting the right output on the belt at the other end. So over here, see, this is still slow though. Like, I don't understand why this is backed up. It shouldn't be. It makes no sense, right? Those are now traveling in the right direction, but we have the right numbers here. Well, we had the right numbers here. That's supposed to be 40. Why is this slow? We are consuming exactly the amount that we're making. I don't understand why it's being slow. Because we're still at 96% here. I mean, that would explain it. Unless the motors are slow, we should be making 25 motors. $22. Which tracks with 96%. Is that still this being an issue, I wonder? We've no other... I wonder if I just remove this entirely. I know I'm bouncing all over the place. It's gotta be those light things. That's annoying. Because they're not even on the same circuit. The only other thing I can think of is that the belt lifts are actually malfunctioning. And these need to be redone because they're not moving the right amount of stuff. Let me try that. I guess I should try one thing at a time rather than trying 3 different things and then not knowing which one worked. I guess I could also pull these out too, because this is full, so that is going to back everything up. Even though we cleared out the backlog down here. And these are at 98% too. Where's the switch for this? I really hope it's not the switches I've got at the very, very top of the base that have everything coming in. Because that's just... that means you can't use power switches and you can't use... you can't use power switches and you can't use light controls at all if it's going to bork your machines. But I should say Bird on Fire, or Bird of Fire. This bug that we're looking at right now with the light switches affecting the efficiency of the machines, that was pre 1.1. That was a 1.0 bug and continues to be a bug. It's mostly the visual lifts that we thought were the main issue. I really don't understand what's going on there. Like, why are we at 98%? I had one more belt tracker down here. Like this, it says 50. So that's the amount that we need. We're making 25 motors. They each need 10. It's 5 machines. 5 times 10 is 50. So I don't understand why the motors are only at 23. Well, now it's 25. I guess that those numbers fluctuate. Let's just try... give it enough to keep going. I'll leave that like that, just so that it doesn't take forever to fill up again. I think that's just going to be an issue visually for a while. But we haven't encountered any other big bugs that I can think of. I think there's some features that are not quite there yet. So heavy modular frame left. Let's face it this way. I want this to be in the middle. So that's the machine is the biggest part of all of that, I think. Basically, I want the output of the machine to be in the middle of 3 foundations. Like that. And then... oh, I don't remember where the machine was. Darn it. For this to be centered, I'm trying to figure out where it goes. Okay, so this center line goes just under the left edge there. Right, that's centered that way. And then this centered line just under the left edge. That looks right to me. Yep. All right, so the first thing we'll need to do is change the recipe to modular engines. We're going to overclock this to 1.25. Everything is under 60, so that's fine. And then we only need 3 ingredients. Motors, rubber, and smart plating. I'm going to make the rubber last. I didn't realize that stuck through the bottom like that. That's interesting. So let's do... see, that doesn't work because it gets in the way here. So it's not the best blueprint. We could do a third belt. At a different belt height. This was a good starting point, but it's not the best. So we want this to get out of the way first. Half the height of a splitter. I don't know what you mean, Sandy. All right, let's do unpainted for all of our lifts. And are we going to bother with floor holes? That's another good question. This is on different spacing anyway. Splitter on the bottom. The next splitter 1 meter up, I think. Splitter 2 meter high. Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean. You mean have like 1, 2, 3? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we could have number 2 go 1, 2, and then have the third one up there. And now that we can do this vertical nudge thing, and then that's already hooked up. Oh, wait a minute. These are going to be in the wrong spot. Here's another question. Do we want to do this in a way that we can see the things going into the belts? Because what we've got here... we're going to have space like this. So we could, now that we've got access to floor holes... not floor holes. Wall holes. One option could be to do this. I don't know if we have enough room vertically. Like we could do that. It doesn't look very spacey. I think I prefer this look. Losing the light, time for break. Yeah, the vertical nudge on splitters when you're setting stuff like this up now is very, very cool. There's a lot of quality of life updates. As much as I'm a little bit on the fence on some of the new buildables, and some of the, like the elevator is good, but it's not quite there. Still happy to have it, but I think there's a few things that I'd like to have changed. All right, folks, I need to take another short break. I'll be back in 5 or 7 minutes. We need more coffee. You need more snacks, and bring friends. Let them know that we're streaming, and I will be right back. we've got these brake trains timed right now. For anybody that's here in the chat, if you want to share the stream on social media, it's just Joel Duggan on Twitter or Blue Sky. I don't think I had a chance to share it on Instagram before we started. I need to set a timer so I don't forget my coffee. I have this bad habit of making myself coffee and then playing video games and completely forgetting that I have a coffee perking in the French press. Thanks for the link to the socials, Sandy. Appreciate it. There's a new TikTok out there, too. Right, so we're going to go with that. Let's go with just unpainted for now. We've got the 3 things down below. I've got the lifts all up here done. Don't need that one. I'm going to have this just for looks, even though there's nothing going into it. Motor, rubber, and smart plating. So I'm going to put the rubber in last. I feel like this will work. Yeah, that'll go over top of it, I think. So one of the things we can do now is we can connect up blueprints when we place them. Although that looks like it's off a bit, doesn't it? So 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, 4 meter. And then what we'll do is we'll temporarily put belts at the edge here. Now apparently they can't be right on the edge of the blueprint. They have to be back a bit. So I think it's 2 meters. So that's the inputs, and then the outputs will have to do the same thing. Although, honestly, we're just going to be making 4 of these. I could probably just do the belts myself. No, we'll test it. We'll test it as a feature, I guess. The same thing over here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Sandy. We'll do it as like a test. I'm also going to conceal the power in here as well. And do all of the designing and decorating. We also need one of these. This is the only one that's going to be a little bit tricky. I guess this is just going to be bumped up. I guess we could nudge those. We could make these off center. It's going to bother me though. We might have to nudge this whole thing. That is not connecting. That's no good. Oh, there it is. So, do we want this up against the lip like that? Or do we want to nudge this whole thing about a ½ meter in the other direction? So, that would be up against it. So we've got 1.5 meters. So it's not going to be even no matter what. And this is what drives me nuts about the design in Satisfactory, is that they make these machines odd numbers, yet all the foundations are even numbers. So like if you look at this machine, that's about where it starts. But it goes past, like it goes another like 3 meters. So 4, 3, so it's 16, so it's 19 meters. What, like why? Why would you make it 19 instead of 18? When everything in Satisfactory is in even numbers. It drives me nuts. So, I guess this is where we're going to be walking. It looks probably the best that these have space. This is just going to be the export. So, we will come up with something, I guess, for that. We are going to want to put in the lights and stuff. And the power. Power is over here. And typically we've been doing this thing with the beams. That mostly covers it. Looks like it's part of the machine. Guess I can do that first. So that's the power. And we'll bring that down here. That's hidden inside the pole. And I'm wondering, all of our flooring is normally this, and it's normally this color. I think I might want to, I don't know if I want to leave that bare. This is usually asphalt. Now these are going to be connected. And what colors are modular for modular engines? I think they've got a little bit of red in them. Red and yellow and black. Maybe we'll do red. Now most of these, I guess some of this isn't going to be visual or visible, but oh, that's kind of bright. Maybe we don't do the red. Prime red. I'm okay with maybe putting a brighter color on the machine. Yeah, that looks like a modular engine thingy. I'm good for that. Those don't change. That's fine. Underneath, we will paint according to the ingredients. So we've got rubber, motor, and smart plating. Rubber is going to be last, so we'll make that the dark one. Smart plating and motors. Color code those. Good stuff. And I don't think we need to... Oh, I guess we have to do the export. I don't know where the export's going to go. Probably best to have the export... travel that way. Yeah. I wonder, I want to know if I should kind of put these on display. I like seeing things go by. Red plus yellow is almost pink. You mean orange, Sandy? So if those are going to be dropped down, I'm wondering if we can do something with the export. It would be kind of cool if we had it kind of going along here. And kind of coming down. So like, what if this is going to be low? And that's going to come out there. What if we had a belt here? Probably going to be regretting this, but oh, but then that's going to be the way there. Then we would have to put walls on it. But it would be kind of cool to be walking along here and have the modular engines go right by. Even though this is going to be sort of in this position. It'll be lower. That's not bad. I'd be alright with that. And then maybe we could have some walls. That, or we could do a half foundation. And fill in the rest of this with something. I don't want to use walls there, but we could. Just to avoid the Z fighting. Because if these were both... Well, you know, that doesn't look too bad. That looks uneven, so I wouldn't want to do that. A ramp. Oh, yeah. We might want to do... Well... You mean a ramp on the half foundation? It would go into our underside stuff. Looks cool. But it would go into the underside stuff. We really need half ramps and half walls. Like, big time. That would be less of a problem. Well, no, that would you'd see that up here. You'd still see that up here. We'd have to do, well, I guess if it's all there, yeah, it's gonna cut the machine in half. That doesn't really work. Well, we can go with the deeper one, the 2-meter ramp. Hold on. It's not the end of the world. That's actually not bad. Either way, I like this idea. Maybe... I don't know if we want to put it that height or if we want to go a little bit lower. Like if it's on that one there. What if I put it in this one? Same height as the machines. Doesn't work there. That still doesn't look right. I think I'd rather see it than have it be deep embedded like that. Okay. Either way, I think that's an idea that I want to experiment with. So all this is informing which direction I'm putting these out in. And the answer is that direction. And I'm probably going to want to keep these up off the ground. So export that way. So that's the modular engine output. And I guess we have to do the same thing down here. And I guess we'll put this in. It's probably going to be a matter of deleting some of this stuff, but all right, so now for some decoration. Don't know if we're going to do anything there. The show-off stuff we'll do by hand. I guess... I feel like I do want something here. Maybe it would be nice to have a red. Yeah. That too high? That's too high. Where is it? So if I did that, then we could put the lights underneath those. I don't want to put like crazy lights. Maybe we'll just do the one strip. Do I want to put it there? Probably the top one. Some colors go really, really bright. I think that looks pretty cool. Delete that temporarily, it looks like. I think I like that. I don't think I want to put more down here. Oh, do we want to go all red? I think we just do that all the way along. Of course, you do the opposite. I ask these rhetorical questions in chat, and I do not wait for answers. I just kind of keep on going. All right, I think that's pretty good. I am questioning if we want to make this darker, or if we want to make that red too. I think we want to go with the darker. All right, that, I think, is all we need. I don't think we're going to have to worry too much about power. That's going to be hard to track. We might want to put the power in a little bit more of an accessible spot. Let's just go with here. I think we're good. Now, unfortunately, I have to do this all again, facing it the other way. Modular engines with low. plus red lights. Texture. I say we go for red as a color. Go see if this will go where we want it to. So we'll test it here. Oh, that's going to be in the way. Get this stuff all finished up first. It's all the right color. Oh crap. I've got still got the sides in. We don't need this stuff. Low says I went Mercer Sphere hunting for about 45 minutes now. Found only 10 and a huge amount of slugs on the way. Making power slugs now in a summer sloop constructor. I was about to say, make sure you're using the summer sloops for your slugs. You should use it for your biofuel. Anything you're doing with leaves and mulch or animal droppings. I say animal droppings, like animal meat proteins. You can unlock a lot of stuff in the Awesomes shop with the animal protein capsules by using Summer Sloop and duplicating stuff in the early game. All right. Of course, it's now moved. So there's our stuff going in that way. So that's the power, that's the exports, everything is there. That'll build. I'm going to remove these guys. That's going to be all good to go. So now, when we build another one, we should be able to link it up. Default auto connect. So what we're looking for is these little green links. See that? See the belts jump and connect? So now if I put that in lock mode, our belts are connected, which is great. And then you can just nudge back to here. And so unfortunately it's going to add a little section of belt, and that is going to add to your count in the world. So it's convenient, but I would say it's more convenient on a large world scale than it would be at a factory scale like this, because I feel like it's just as easy for me to put these in without the belts. And then belt it up. And so now that I've connected it, it's giving me an error, and I don't know what the error is. Missing plastic. Okay. It is cool. Yeah. If you're building a belt highway, it makes sense. Where's the plastic? That's the wrong tube. Dang it. I did that before. Oh. Right. So auto connect. So here, like, if what we wanted to, right, you get the little link and you say click, but then you can still move it. So like we could drag this out. So if you were building a belt highway, like this would be really useful. But because we're only going in a small distance, it's cool, but I don't think it's really going to benefit us in the long run. So we'll click that. That'll build it. But I think if I go down here, we're going to see 3 little segments. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so like those count as 3 different things, when really, for the sake of 3 belts, like I can just grab this. I mean, if you're putting down hundreds of machines, maybe, but for just these ones. I don't think it's necessary. But if you were doing that over the course of like a crazy distance, yes, 100% worth it, right? And then all we have to do here is just connect these guys together. So this will be kind of narrow. I don't know if I like the red part on the top. I guess we could make this a darker room. I don't mind that. What do we think? You know, I think I like it without the railing. I guess we could try just putting it... Oh no, we can't put it lower because it's going to hide the sign. That feels kind of strange. although... I think I like that better. What do we think? Yeah. Unlocking tier 9 is crazy. Especially when you're working as slow as I am to make things look nice. I think I like this better than that. That, I feel like it obstructs our view a little bit. Whereas I think if we continued this down, we'd be in better shape. Yep. So all that work on the blueprint, and we're changing it. That's fine. It's an easy fix. Really easy fix now that signs copy and paste the way that they should. Yep. Cool. Okay, I like that. Let's go fix the blueprint. Yeah, we're in tier 8. So my next unlock is... We haven't even automated motors, turbo motors yet. So I have access to the Mark III miner, but I can't build it because I don't have turbo motors. Or supercomputers for that matter. I've got some, but like I'm not automating them. Alright, let's get rid of the belts. Do we want to get rid of those belts? We'll leave those... no. We'll get rid of the belts. And the power was fine, but we want to change this. All we need to do is just get rid of that and then add this in. think that's it. We will set the directory. That's weird. So that's the left one. And then the right-hand side, I think the easiest thing to do is going to be to copy this and flip it. Because the only difference is just going to be reversing the directions of these. It's really not going to be that much. So we will clear the designer. And then we grab blueprint. That's the middle. Pretty sure that's how I had it. Yeah, it's a 3x3. That's how we had it set up. So this is going to be the left. I guess I just need to rotate it the other way, right? Right. So we grab that again. Flip it. Lock it. That's in the middle. And then all we need to do now is just flip the script on these. That has to come in this way. I can just plop this on top of this here. And that was rubber. The motors are blue. And smart plating was red. And then we just do the same thing here. Output that way. And I think that's good. I'm going to save this before I take a break. Modular engine. Right. And I'll just leave that blank. That's fine. So normally what I try to do when I do left and right is I grab the same color, but then lighten it up by a bit. I think I was doing left and right like this. Cool. So we'll grab another break. And when I come back, we'll be able to put the rest of the machines in and probably get the motors and stators hooked up as well. Because we're pulling... Oh, do we need to pull the motors and the smart plating? I think the smart plating is just directly going into these machines. I don't think we're going to the main bus. I think the motors go to the main bus. Anyway, once again, time for a short break. I will be back in just a few. I'm not sure whether that was just the turning of the train and the switching of the scenes, or whether we're dropping some frames. Oh, looks like we're okay. Thank you, Sandy. So that should be all we need to finish the 4 machines for modular engines. Delete all this stuff. I really wish I could figure out what's happening down here. You hear all that starting and stopping? It's this. And I don't know why. Like, why are all these machines idling at the same time? Like, that one I get. But we're having all kinds of issues with this stuff. Thanks so much for being here, Sandy. I appreciate all the help. Have a good one. I know it's, now that the time changes back, it's late for you again. Alright, so we'll do this custom stuff after all the machines are in. I'll leave that one in there. What are the other things that we have to do up here? We have to do, I think they all have 3. So I've got crystal oscillators are 3. Radio control units are 3. Computers are 3. So it's really just a matter of copying and pasting this blueprint and changing some colors. I feel like we can probably do the whole area like this. Alright, this is gonna all be 7. So right now we're only doing the 4. Get this all done out of the way. Oh, this might not look good then. Right, okay. So I'll do this myself later. I like the concept because we've done it before. Okay, that's all going to be like that. Get rid of this. So now we should be able to do the right blueprint. How did I do these? Left and right. I was doing the left was the lighter color. I was desaturating the left, I think. Alright. Anyway. Lighting production. I feel like I need to edit this. Oop. Let's do production that looks like a factory. Lighting. Maybe a thumbs up. This looks pretty. Logistics, architecture. Feel like that makes more sense. So, right side. Oh no. There we go. That's the stuff coming in there. And then we just lock it into place. Get the little indicator line. And now, because we're in blueprint mode, or we switch from... We can't do anything auto-connect, right? So we have to go from there to blueprint. And now we can just look at the blueprint and just smack it down. And that should line up and look nice. I didn't realize there's going to be such a big gap. Oh, you know what? I wonder if we could use... Maybe instead of running the stuff down this way, we can have it happen in here. That could be cool. Interesting. Okay, I've got thoughts. We could use this as the export. We could bring things across in between the machines. So like I could line up another floor hole here. And I could have the belt. Do that. If we do that right, that could look really cool. So then we'll have the export from this just go into this. Is that going to line up? Oh, that lines up. Look at that. And then the export here can go in the other direction. And we can just have this hook up to a merger here. I think that's where we want. We're taking it over in this direction. But those lines are all going to be connected. So we probably want to bring it up to the front somehow. We're using all of this space. So export was over here. This is the export here. And bring that around in the middle. But we'd still have to cross these belts. So I've got to figure out how to do that. Oh no, we get on the other side of them. Hold on. I'm not thinking fourth dimensionally. Connect these up. I'm definitely losing some frames here right now. Let me just grab the other one. So that's you. Do 3 more of these. So really that merger is unnecessary. It would have been, and it will come in handy later. But for now. Yeah, so this is actually going to be on the other side. So that's fine. We will just have to take everything back up this way. Man, setting these up now with vertical nudging is amazing. Oh, except for I got that one wrong. So that goes out to there, and then from here we have to get them around to this space. Over here. That should not be too hard at all. We just have to be careful that we don't get into this space here. So we should come out farther, probably to here for now. Is that going to be too low for a ceiling mount? Do a double. Why is that being weird? Oh, it's going down. I guess I didn't need the double? It's a weird height. Okay. Fair enough. Let's drop this down then. Oh, that's a 2 meter. Okay. That's the export. What I should label that with a sign briefly. Okay, modular engines. And they're going to be going down here somehow in some way. And then we have to bring up rubber. But right now, we can grab the smart plating and the motors, and I feel like we're keeping these. Right now I've got them coming up in this back corner. I don't know what the overflow is for. I think it's for rotors. Now we're at 0. I know those are bugged. Sometimes you have to replace them. We've got motors leaving, and this is a smart. Yeah, we need to not do that. We'll have to split them somehow. That's going out that way. What is this? This is just a safety overflow for rotors? Yeah. That doesn't have to be there. I can hook this up without too much worry. It will be coming out in that specific corner somehow, because this is the way we go down if we need to, so I feel like that's a decent corner to have things in. I'll just have to keep things tight. So we'll use the ground here. Smart plating and motors. I just squeezed that by, didn't I? Okay. So from here we just have to get them stacked. And that should be pretty easy to do. I'm not going to mess with that space because I might need it for the outside. So we'll use this line here. I think it's going to be worth going from the middle here. Cool. And we are making the exact amount of smart plating that we need. Oh, and power. We'll have to bring that up through here. I think we can do that, no problem. And then we'll just bring this out to the front, and there'll be an easy way to bring the power around as we need it. I'd say right there is good. And that should give those guys power. I didn't hook that one up. Nice. So that's just a matter of doing the small bits of decoration here. And that's already done. And of course we'll leave that open-ended. And I guess we just have to do the exports on this side. Oh, those got messed around, didn't they? Oh, I see what happened there. That goes into the middle, and then we just connect these up. That actually worked out really well. Nice. So I feel like I should try at least to have it be a similar height to what I've got going on over here. Now I find often the easiest way to do this is just to drag a temporary stack of foundations across. So there's another 2 meters. I guess I can go up to there. That's a 4-meter ramp. Shibili Gaming. It's looking so good. Thanks very much. I'm glad you like it. Just an easy way to measure, because there's no vertical measurement in the game from the UI. You have to kind of visually connect everything. So if we build it in that way, it'd go like that. I think it'll look different enough. Got lots of room out here for a window. I kind of feel like this might be quite a wide situation here. I feel like the window might go down in that space. I wonder if there's some different windows that I could use that might look a little beefier. I mean, really, that could be a wall. Don't know if we'd make it green. It would probably end up being closer to dark. I'm not sure. It's a pretty big window. I feel like we might want to break it up a bit. We'll see. Yeah. Looks good. I do feel like the ceiling is a little high, so we might not want to go quite so high with it. Probably come down a little bit. I should probably move this so it's not in my way visually. So what we could do is have this over here somewhere. And we could bring the smart plating down and just turf it. Smart plating's on the bottom. I guess we could preload the machines. So what I'll do is I'll put an overflow here. Oh, that was a weird spot to put that, wasn't it? Why did that connect lines? That's annoying. Smart plating. And then I guess we do the same thing with motors. And then we just combine them. It's not temporary anyway. Overflow motors goes the awesome sink. And then we just need to power that. Looks like we have some power right here. Now I just don't remember which. I know the smart plating is on the right, left, my right, the conveyor left. So this is going to be easy to do. We'll just grab that. Let's actually zig that the other way. Never mind. Now, where... I don't remember which one is the motors. I think it's the middle. No, wrong guess. Right-hand side is the motors. Curve, default, straight, curve. Huh. That actually, the curves are really cool. They actually twist the belts. I never thought about that. That's awesome. You could come up with some really cool designs in the right. You can make like spirals and stuff. That would be really fun. Okay, so the problem now is that the motors are all being sent to the main bus. And I need to figure out how many to send up here. So we need 10. And we're making 25. I wonder if it's worth it to send all the motors to the main bus. I don't know where they connect. It's a mixed line somewhere. If only I had a spreadsheet. That would tell me exactly where I put stuff on the main bus. Motors on 11. 1, 2, 3. This one. Ah, right there. That's the sheets. They're probably connecting to this a lot farther back. That looks like them right there. Okay. So that's the motors coming in. So if I wanted to pull motors, that would be the better way to do it. If I pull motors here with a splitter and overflow, how is that any different than pulling them at the source? It's not. It's not. Okay. So we're going to prioritize the modular engines. I really like these design things that we did last time. So this will be easy. We're just going to pop down here. And we're just going to change this smart splitter, which is what we would put on the main bus anyway. So instead of overflow and motors, we're going to switch this to motors going this way and overflow going this way, at least for now. What we should do is split it and load balance it, but like we do not have the space for that. I'm trying to remember where the motors are going. I think they're going to heat sinks. No, they're going to cooling. 7 and 8. Yeah, so 15 of them have to go to the other side. And 10 of them have to go up here. We could switch up the machine output and split the belts. That's probably the better way to do it rather than relying on splitters. So what we would do is, instead of combining all of these together, we would just pull, we would do what we did on the other side. So there's should be 10 per, or 5 per machine. So what we would do is we would take these 15 and send them across into the other factory, and then we'll take 10 and push them up that way. I'm gonna leave myself a sign. I feel like that should be handy. Motors. I wish you could change the font size. Oh, you can some things. Yeah, we'll do that. So that will eliminate one factory being dependent on another. So rather than waiting for this to back up and then having production start over there, we will be able to just have motors from here go in 2 different directions. One to there, one to there. We'll just use the main bus to get them over that way. Hopefully that makes sense. Now these are probably going to be filling up with things. They are filling up with things. Excellent. Those lifts look like they are doing the lifting. Yep. So now I can get rid of this. Don't need that anymore. And close this up. So we do have this one last thing that can hook up, I think. A little bit tricky. Yeah, once you're in between the belts, it's kind of hard to jump out. That will work. And what I'll do is I'll switch that to the other side. So if any rotors that happen to come through, they'll get smashed in the awesome sink as well. Let's see if I can find a space to put this. I think most of my motors are just in this bin. Yes. Do I have another one?
I love the smell of industry any time of day.
Huh. I've not heard that one before. So that'll be our floor for those. I don't know. We might have to rethink how we're going to set this up. I think this was supposed to be different style. Yeah. That's probably going to be a wall. This is probably going to be a wall. This is going to look really cool at night. We'll have to put some red lights in here somewhere. If I was to do this over again without the Transformer theme, even though I love the Transformer theme, one of the things I think I would do more often would be open air factories. I don't think I would have roofs on things very often. I think I would have them be like platforms and open air. Like this would be open to the sky. I think it saves you a lot of lighting headaches and wiring headaches and stuff. Want to go check out these other machines. We've got a bunch of stuff that looks like it's idling yellow here. Don't know what's going on there. So that's probably the lighting circuit stuff. The problem with having this stuff open to the air, though, is that your middle section in the nighttime, it's very dark. In the daytime, this is very bright because the sun comes in. But it's very dark otherwise. I don't know. I don't believe I have these hooked up to a lighting panel. I think I got rid of it. Pretty sure. It was down here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got rid of the lighting panel. I like how they look like engines with open air. Yes, 100%. I agree. I mean, this is all open air. Like, I like this. It looks very busy and fun, and, you know, you've got the Devastator logo and all that stuff there. I'm going to throw a top on this just so we can kind of gauge where I want the ceiling to be. I'm going to try to do it in increments of 4. That might be kind of low. Yeah, I guess we'll go with this one. Yep. So then we can drop this down maybe. I like that. Not 100% sold on this, but we'll figure it out. So that might be in the way of the kind of the pillar thing. I don't know. Nope, I guess it's okay. Now I don't mind this secondary window. That's kind of like an accident. I didn't mean for that to happen. Wonder if there's another shape that I could use from Devastator. We're kind of getting into his like arms and shoulder area. If I was to think about him laying down and taking inspiration from the different shapes. So looking at his right shoulder, which is the backhoe, I'm kind of wondering if there's some like red shapes and rounded corners. I like, you guys can't see my mouse, but I like in the top left image is one of my favorites. And I like the red glass on the cab of the backhoe. And then there's like that metal bit in between, and then there's more green. So like when I see stuff like that, I think about making part of this green. We know that we want this to be the trench. That's the yellow kind of logistics trench. So we may want to have some sort of door going in here. We're not going to see much of this, I don't think. I like the idea of there being another window here. Maybe that's lit up red somehow. And maybe this is green. I don't know. I might want to bring this forward. I'm not sure if that's going to make sense, but that might work. Kind of want to make this match, but I really like this shape here. I don't want to mess with that too. It's hard to say. It might be better to remove this entirely. That's why I would want to be careful when I was in there. Back to where I started. Maybe that just needs to get lowered. Although that's kind of like the mirror of that one. Combining these buildings, and I really wasn't thinking about how they connect when I designed them. Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't want to get too gray up there. I think we need to get some more green going on. And I need to also copy over what we've got over there. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is only 2 wide. Didn't realize we'd reached the top of that. That's cool. I think it's wider on that side. I'll have to go check. Sometimes I forget just how big this place is. And then I go and fly around in it like this. I'm just like, my gosh. It really takes a while to get around. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. From the edge of that. This is one of the methods I use to kind of like rough out shapes. Kind of use color and almost pixel art to kind of like quickly rough out. You can see how I want to have like a V shape. We back up far enough. Yeah, so you can see like I want this to go up and I want the green to kind of go out that way. Probably with some depth. So it looks kind of like the chest. His upper chest has always got sort of like a big V area in it. And that second from the top left is a good example. Same with the bottom left, actually. It's hard to kind of combine these shapes and stuff, but looking forward to having some cool black and red thing up there. Our storage room is going to be very reminiscent of his head. I like the visor look as opposed to the eyeballs. I prefer like I would say probably the middle two, but the eyes are pretty cool. And he's got like, it looks like he's got like a black helmet. I like that look better too. The bottom right is a really good image. It's small on this sheet, but like the black part of his head, instead of looking like his head, it looks like a helmet, like he's wearing like a rugby helmet or something. So I like that. Anyway, folks, I need to wrap things up because it is getting late on here, and I'm going to refresh my feeds here and see who I can send you along to. I don't know if Bits is still streaming. He is. He's not streaming Satisfactory. It's Bits' birthday. But I'd like to try to send you to someone else playing Satisfactory. I don't know what might be the best target. Another 300 alien DNA low. That's awesome. The things that you only say on a Satisfactory stream, right? Yeah, repo I don't think is necessarily where people might want to land. Let's go with... You know what? I really like Blind Wave. They're a really good crew. I really like their YouTube channel. They may be using adult language, just FYI. They're playing Deep Rock Galactic, which is kind of an interesting co-op mining game. So I think you'll have a good time there. Enjoy your time with Blind Wave. I will have to raid and run. But I will see you folks next time. That'll be hopefully tomorrow around 1 o'clock Atlantic. I hope to have the Citadel updated. If not, we'll be back in Satisfactory. But I do plan to try and get more Minecraft in because, of course, we've got the Spawn Chunks coming up on Monday. And I'll be recording a new episode of that with Johnny, talking about a Minecraft movie, which I'm off to see tonight. Thanks so much for hanging out. I will see you all next time. Joel Duggan on social media. Joel Duggan on Patreon. Thank you to Sandy for moderation. Thank you to MindTripMedia for the bits. If you want to support, really, Patreon is the best way to do it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye for now.